Woohoo! We're on. Welcome everybody to Bold Voices, a live music benefit for WriteGirl. We're so excited to be able to bring you some live music, some comedy, a DJ set, and some amazing surprises that have come together in the last few days. I want to introduce myself. I'm Karen Taylor. I'm the executive director of WriteGirl. I started this, almost 20 years ago to try to help girls have the opportunity to cultivate their creativity, their voice, discover the power in creative writing. And we're still going strong. We've moved everything online. We'll tell you all about it. Before I go any further, I want to introduce you to my co-host for today. This is screenwriter extraordinaire, Claire Sarah. Hey, how's it going?
I'm so excited to be live. I've been dead for over 8 weeks now. So it's very good to be live again. Hello, everybody.
Oh, I'm so glad. It's just like old times, Claire, you and me hosting on stage in some theater in Hollywood, except here we are in little boxes on the internet.
I know, and all for our beloved WriteGirl. This is like one of the most exciting WriteGirl things we've done. I mean, in a different way.
Yeah, and so great. So many people have come together to support this today. I mean, we have Rita Wilson, we have Claire Means, we have Milk, we have Lindsay Sterling, we have Wayne Brady, we have Lucy Schwartz. Oh, I mean, it's so great. What an incredible lineup of people, all to support and empower teen girls.
That's everything.
An often overlooked group, don't you think?
I know I was. I think people who maybe don't know what WriteGirl is, have never heard of WriteGirl, are welcome to our world, and tell them what it is and why you started it.
Yeah, I mean, how long have we got, huh? I mean, basically, I was laid off at .com after the 9/11 and wanted to do something of meaning. Didn't want to work in a cube anymore. Thought I should do something where my heart was. So, put a draft of this plan on paper to start this writing organization for girls, and then called up people like you, my friends, to say, would you do this? Would you help mentor girls in writing? You said yes. Allison Deegan said yes. Kim Purcell said yes. And 19 years later, there's like 6 of us that are still involved from that first meeting.
Boy, that says a lot about it.
But now there's 400 women mentors in WriteGirl. So it's grown so much. And we're now doing work with girls all over LA County and some girls abroad. And I'm most proud of the work we're really doing with girls who are really struggling the most, who are incarcerated, pregnant and parenting teens. Yeah. We're going to talk more about that later today.
Yes, we are. I'm excited about that too. So a lot of people ask me, many people are saying that they think that WriteGirl is for girls who want to be a writer, like that they want to have a career specifically in writing. And while that of course is true, what I love about it is it's much more than that, and it's actually much deeper than that. And one of the things that has me most excited about mentoring teen girls through writing is that one of the core values you created right from the start was that this was to help girls express themselves and find their voice through writing.
You know, it's funny, it's become so much more about confidence building, which is what girls really get eroded in their teenage years.
Yes.
And a lot about finding a way to literally be, bold in their voices, to speak up about what they need in the world, what they need in life, what they need at home, what they need at school. If you can't articulate it, if you can't speak it or write it, then you will suffer. You will be held back because you're not able to advocate for yourself. So WriteGirl has been absolutely much more about that over the years than it is about turning everybody into writers,
I love that.
The world needs more women writers too. So it is about that too.
It is, right? It is, and it does. And everybody writes in their life at some point, and being able to express yourself. But I love that you have created now a legacy of 20 years worth of young women who know who they are more clearly through having gone through WriteGirl mentoring and workshops and over, because another tenet of WriteGirl is that the girls not only write pieces, they have to speak them out loud in front of other girls, you know, like really building their confidence to say their own words out loud. And watching girls become women through that process is just a thrill and a necessity for our society. We need strong women who know who they are and who know how to stand on their feet once they're out in the workforce. So
yeah, and I love how it sort of happens. Like, one of the things that happens at WriteGirl is we get girls to share just with their mentor, and then they share in a small group with 5 or 6 people, and then they are like, okay, I want to read this in front of 200 people at the Huntington Gardens in their conference space, you know, and then they're at Skylight Books and you can't get them off stage. Like, they just become, you know, totally empowered to speak their mind, to speak up, to feel confident speaking in front of people. And they go to college and they're like, oh, no problem about this presentation or that, or I'll chair this committee or run that thing. And, you know, that leadership development that comes from just giving them the tools little by little.
Little by little.
Actually do it, you know?
Yes. And by the time that they're in a boardroom full of men, they know how to have their voice heard, right?
You know, one of our girls was, you know, first in her family to go to college. She came to America in the 9th grade, English as a second language, you know, got a mentor, was mentored all the way through WriteGirl. And now she works at the intersection of nuclear security and nuclear power. She's in boardrooms at the UN with a lot of men. And she told us that it's the creativity and the power of having to think creatively to get her voice heard in a room full of men that has helped her go forward. And if I wasn't doing what I was doing, what I'm doing right now, I'd want to work on nuclear security and nuclear power too.
If I wasn't doing what I was doing right now, I would want to be a mentee in the WriteGirl program. If we don't have all the money right now, if everyone watching has not given us all the money by this point, I don't know what to think. Because I mean, you know, this is a tough time for WriteGirl. If I may say what Karen's not going to say immediately, this is a tough time. I mean, obviously we're all in quarantine. We can't do our workshops with the girls. We can't be out one-on-one meeting them. And WriteGirl is trying to transition into being a more a virtual presence. And the work that you have done through this quarantine to keep these girls connected to you guys, to each other, to their mentors, to their friends is essential work. It's been really important to keep these girls centered and feeling important and feeling seen and feeling heard by their mentors, by WriteGirl, by their other friends in WriteGirl. So thank you.
Thank you. I can't cry this early in the day, so stop. You know, but it is all true. One of the things that we hear from our girls is how much isolation they feel, how much anxiety, how much stress they feel. Like, we're all living in this situation right now, which is very uncertain. Like, that word just makes you all sweaty just thinking about it, because it's around us so much, right? But our girls feel it even more so. Imagine being a high school girl, not getting a graduation ceremony, you know, not getting, you know, the prom that you've been looking forward to for years, you know. Imagine graduating from college and you're going to go apply for what job, you know, right now. So it's so difficult for them. And, you know, to be able to be there for them at this time is really essential. And I'm excited that you and 400 women are all like giving your time to be there for these girls and tell them you matter, your voice matters, your life matters, you know. And I'm pausing because I just want to be conscious of the fact that I don't want to step on the hashtag Black Lives Matter, because that's the most important one of all at the moment in the universe. A lot going on in America. Our girls will help us understand it because they're very vocal about what's going on, and I love that. So I learn a great deal from them.
Yeah, they are growing up in a different world than we did.
Yeah, aren't they?
And yet too many similarities to the world that you and I grew up in still. So that's why they need this. Should we talk about what is coming up today? What people?
Yes, I think we have only just a little bit more to do that, because I know we have a special guest coming to do a welcome to the day. So yeah, coming up, what's happening? What's coming up very shortly?
Music.
Yeah. What else?
We have I think our first guests are Claire Means, the fabulous and Molly Kate Kestner doing
Yeah.
live sets, which that's pretty thrilling.
And then followed by a DJ set by our very own volunteer, Eartha Litt. Very exciting.
Um, I know that my friend and star of stage and screen, Wayne Brady, is going to be popping in for a surprise visit and performance.
Awesome. So great. Wayne Brady's done a few of our events before, and it's always so great to have his energy. Talk about positive, creative, like on the fly person that just walks into a room and just, exudes positive energy. He's been really fabulous.
He is a wonderful woman, and I'm proud to know him.
Well, I think we should move to our official welcome.
Yes.
Because we're just 3 minutes away from live music. But before we do that, we want to introduce the fabulous Lauren Graham, who has been a mentor in WriteGirl. She's a big supporter and is joining us today for an official welcome.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to WriteGirl Bold Voices, our annual fundraiser. I got to be there in person last year, and hopefully I'll be there in person again next year. I got involved with WriteGirl because other people's writing has meant so much to me as a person and in my career, and I know what writing and reading have meant to every aspect of my life in terms of expanding my worldview and just feeling connected. And I think WriteGirl is just an incredible organization that supports girls in so many ways, both with mentoring, with help with colleges, their fun weekend workshops. They just connect all these professionals with these students and gives them exposure to so much. And now with things transitioning online, they need your help more than ever. So please donate if you can. It's truly an investment in the future, in our future. So today you're going to enjoy a fun music festival, and I will let Karen and Claire take it away. Sending you love, and I'll see you next year.
Yes.
Oh my gosh, so great. Have you been watching Zoe's Extraordinary Playlist?
Every episode.
I know, she's so great. She does this, these boots are made for walking, and when she gets
Yes, I was kind of jealous
on the wall, I'm like, yes. So great.
That's a super fun show.
Well, that was really wonderful. So great to have Lauren join us and
join us again.
Pardon me?
To join us again, as she did last year when we did this live in person, and she hosted the show for us. She's a wonderful friend of WriteGirl.
And hopefully next year we'll be in person, because guess what? It's our 20th anniversary next year.
Yes.
Woohoo!
Yes, we
20
will.
years. Oh my gosh.
And we'll all wear white boots for walking.
That's fun. I love it. Great idea. All right. Well, we're officially kicking off the music set with a performance by Claire Means, who's been just kicking it on Facebook Live. So we're excited to go to her. We're going to flip to a screen that's going to tell you where to go, because here is Claire Means.
WriteGirl has been helping girls
Wow, so great. Molly and Claire Means, man, what beautiful performances, right? Just what my heart needed this Saturday.
Perfect. Perfect. I can't believe they're WriteGirl women. Just amazing.
So great. Wow, so great. Oh, wow. So this is what happens when you have the phone on and it's live. It's like, what is happening? That's hilarious. I hear myself coming out of another device. That was great. Perfect.
Squared.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the challenges about being on the internet instead of live, right, Karen?
Yes, it is. I mean, we've been doing in-person workshops, and I don't think I ever realized how much WriteGirl is all about person-to-person, eyeball-to-eyeball contact until this COVID thing happened. And now it's like everything, mentoring, workshops, college workshops, everything had to go online, and it's been a challenge to do it, but we've been seeing great responses. We had 180 participants at our last workshop, so we're doing something right, you know?
Yeah.
And I think our girls really need this. What they've been saying is that they feel isolated, they feel cut off from the world. They're abruptly sent from home from college with half their stuff still in their dorm, you know, and not knowing when or if they'll go back. It's really a really tough situation. So if we can keep them grounded in writing about what they're going through and, you know, pouring out their emotions into a journal and working with their mentors and coming to workshops, I think they're going to be in much better shape to just handle what is happening to them, you know?
Yeah, and not only that, they will have a record of how they felt and what it was like to go through this for their children and their children's children. This is a historic moment, and I love that you're working to keep it captured in them, to keep them in it.
Yeah, yeah. My Life in Quarantine. You think somebody's got that title already?
There's going to be some novels, man.
I sure will. But we are excited.
Go ahead.
We are excited to share that we have a new video. We have a brand new video created by a company called Create Advertising. They stepped up to help us, and it's just 1 minute. So we want to play it for you now. This is a 1-minute shot of WriteGirl, and it'll show you a little bit about what happens at a WriteGirl workshop.
Hi.
WriteGirl has been helping girls in Los Angeles for nearly 20 years. Girls tell us WriteGirl is the one place where they feel inspired to be creative and empowered to share their voice. Teen girls are particularly vulnerable, especially during the intense upheaval of recent events. WriteGirl is responding by bringing the WriteGirl experience online, offering high-energy online workshops and one-on-one video mentoring.
I saw this organization which is about writing, expression, creativity, mentoring.
I think what they do for teen girls, I wish there had been something like that when I was coming up.
I know when I was young, like, any encouragement was helpful. So anything I can do to help encourage other people I will.
WriteGirl supports hundreds of girls with an uplifting community of women writers. Help girls write their way to brilliant futures. Please make a donation at writegirl.org.
Aww. So great.
I love seeing all our beautiful girls next to all those fabulous celebrities mingling and working together.
Love, love, love it. I can't wait till we are back together again in person. And until then, it's Zoom land, and we are going to send you off to another place altogether. We have a DJ set. I think it's already starting now with Eartha Lit. So check out the comments below and check out the screen. Head yourself over to Eartha Lit for a DJ set.
Fun. Right?
Yay. Wow,
Yes.
that was great.
You just like come to my house every Saturday afternoon and spin tunes. Oh my gosh, Eartha Lit was awesome.
That Eartha was lit for sure.
Hey, Megan is joining us. How you doing, Megan Moran? Lovely to see you.
Great to see you. These performers have been amazing. Oh my gosh, and we have so many more to come. It's been so great.
And can you tell us what you've been working on for the last few weeks?
Yes, I can. So I'm the WriteGirl administrative manager. I also manage all of our in-person events. So like we've mentioned before, we've had to pivot online. And one thing we've had to pivot online is our silent auction. So I'm really excited to talk about the silent auction. We have some amazing items that you can bid on. And some bids start at just $10. So there really is a wide range of items for everyone. But I wanted to highlight a few of the items that really get me excited about our silent auction. And one of them is a vintage working typewriter from Tom Hanks's personal collection. So it's signed by him. It also includes a signed copy of his book, Uncommon Type, about his love for typewriters. And there's also a bonus Toy Story 4 Bo Peep signed doll with it. So Tom Hanks has been one of our supporters for years. He's donated one of these typewriters for the last few years to our big fundraiser. And we have Rita Wilson, his wife, is actually coming up a little bit later. So it's really exciting to have Tom and Rita kind of involved in WriteGirl right now.
So great.
Yeah, super cool.
So you can bid on that if you go to our website, writegirl.org. You'll see the information about our silent auction, and you can find out more about the Tom Hanks typewriter. And also another piece is pottery that's from Seth Rogen. So I don't know, Karen and Claire, did you know this? That Seth Rogen, he's a great actor, a great writer, but he also does this beautiful pottery. So we have a special piece from him. It's signed by him on the bottom. And actually momentarily, I think we have a special message from Seth and Lauren Miller Rogen. So it's great to have their support with the silent auction and also giving us a little message.
That's awesome.
They've been involved for a few years now. Seth and Lauren came to our fundraiser last year, Lights, Camera, WriteGirl, in partnership with the Academy in Hollywood, our very fancy red carpet event. And it was so great to have Lauren share a little bit about her screenwriting tips with our girls, and for Seth to be able to perform some of the girls' scenes was so amazing.
So great. Getting to hear his laugh in person was really, really amazing.
We know him as a comic actor, but like I was most struck by how he was able to handle some of the dramatic scenes. Like it was really moving. I found myself just like, choked up hearing the words of the girls and seeing it come to life. It was great.
Yeah, he's a great actor. In fact, I'm hoping that he and Lauren are going to reenact a scene from Ghost where they make this pottery.
They might. So you can own this piece of pottery if you bid on it, and then maybe you can reenact it in real That's really neat. And I'd also love to highlight a very special piece from our very own Karen Taylor, WriteGirl Executive Director. So Karen is also an artist. She's an amazing jewelry artist and painter. And so we have one of her paintings in our silent auction. So you can take a little bit of WriteGirl home with you. And Karen, I think you've been doing some really cool art challenge during quarantine.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to me. I got all swept up in my own 30-day challenge. So I made 30 paintings in 30 days. And then I saw that on Facebook, there was a 100-day challenge. So I was like, okay, whatever. I just did 30. Let me do 100. So I'm now on day 51 of the 100-day project, which I know a couple of other people in LA are doing it along with me, and in New York. And it's really, challenging, but it kind of goes along with what we ask our girls is keep a journal every day, keep creating every day, sort of push yourself when you don't feel like it, because creativity is like that. It doesn't just happen magically, and I do feel myself getting a lot better. Like I'm finding my own style. And this for me represents one of the paintings that feels like me, like it feels like it really came from me.
It's gorgeous, Karen. It's gorgeous.
It really is. It's beautiful.
Yeah.
So if you check out our silent auction at writegirl.org, you can also bid on this original piece from Karen. And we have a lot of other really great items. We have when Green Bar Distillery, ooh, that's a hard word, Green Bar Distillery, when they open back up, we have a private cocktail class for 12. That's part of the auction. That's really neat. They, all of their spirits are organic, and they have a really neat distillery tour as well. And we have things like vegan leather backpacks, a custom illustration from one of our WriteGirl alums, Charlie. So she'll draw anything you want, a family member, yourself, your dog. And we have a lot of different online coaching sessions, like creativity and productivity sessions. So our auction goes until June 6th. And again, if you go to our website, writegirl.org, you can learn more.
And all proceeds help us take our programs online because our girls need us. We can't meet with them in person, but we can still do online mentoring with them, which our mentors are. We have actually right now 130 women who are mentoring girls one-on-one online. Amazing. Yeah. And then workshops for girls where as many as 200 girls have been participating. And of course, college counseling and just support and help to help them get through all of this.
Yes.
So I think we have a special announcement from Seth Rogen and Lauren Miller Rogen.
Yeah, let's see it. Yeah. Hello.
Hi, Lauren Miller Rogen.
And I'm Seth Rogen.
Hello. We are so happy to be talking to you today during the spring fundraiser for WriteGirl, Bold Voices. We both really support WriteGirl because as writers, we totally get that during times of crisis or any time, creativity is a way that we can express ourselves by writing and telling our stories. And, you know, by donating to WriteGirl, you're helping girls make that happen.
Yeah, WriteGirl helps provide girls with mentors and college guidance and workshops so they can express themselves and help find their creative voice.
Yeah, so during this time, WriteGirl is transitioning to move some of their programming online, and that's why they need your help. So we hope that you enjoy this awesome live music festival today, and that you can give generously to WriteGirl.
We know we will.
Oh my gosh, that was so great. Yay! Thanks, Lauren. Thanks, Seth. We so appreciate your support. You know, at a time like this, teen girls can often be overlooked as a really important group that needs help and support right now. Our girls are isolated, challenged, you know, having a lot of difficult times right now. Imagine not having graduation or prom. Gosh, I can't even. But anyway, we're going to keep the positivity flowing. We are really excited for our next performer. Her name is Milk, and you may know her from the Women's March. Her song, I Won't Be Quiet, was really the unofficial anthem of the Women's March. I also saw her recently on Samantha Bee, and she was amazing. She's come to our WriteGirl workshops to help teach songwriting to our girls, because that's another important thing that we believe girls should learn how to do, because they all love music, but it's a mystery how to create songs. So we help them through that and bring in singer-songwriters to help teach them the craft of lyric writing. So Milk has been one of those volunteers, along with many of the other performers you're seeing today, Claire Means, Lucy Schwartz. So I'm very excited to introduce you to Milk today, who's going to do a live set. We're going to put the link in the comments down below so you can find your way easily to the Milk site. And we hope you're enjoying today's event. It's really been a lot of fun for us. We've still got a few more hours to go. So get yourself a snack and a beverage and go to Milk.
just can't get over all this greatness, all this constant greatness.
So wonderful. You know, she's got such a powerful voice, such powerful messages, you know, such an inspiration to our girls and to all of us who are trying to write and express what we're feeling right now in the midst of all of this, you know.
Yeah.
Gosh, it's just like back-to-back hashtag movements, right? Over the last few years. It just feels like, you know, there isn't enough hashtags to express what we're all going through in some
There are not, but there are enough women.
Yes, women who won't be quiet either, you know?
Right. Yes, we have taught them well.
So if you're just joining us, a couple of things maybe you need to know from us is that there is a live auction going on with a typewriter from Tom Hanks and original ceramics by Seth Rogen, a little artwork from me, and a staycation at the Ace Hotel, all kinds of great stuff. WriteGirl is taking everything online. So we're taking 20 years of doing workshops and mentoring and putting it all online. And that's requiring a lot of transitioning. So this fundraiser is to really help support us to keep going and keep giving girls what they need to keep thriving despite what is happening around them. And Claire, I wanted to ask you about your involvement with WriteGirl. You've been involved for 19 years. What the heck have you been doing with WriteGirl all these years?
Oh, right. How did I earn that paycheck? Actually, since I knew we were going to be talking about this, I went back and I found my very first journal from WriteGirl.
Oh,
was with my that I did with the first mentee that I had, whose name was Gloria, and we would meet every week in a cafe in the middle of downtown and just write together for an hour. And she wrote something just one day offhand in her journal that has stuck with me forever. It's the greatest line. She wrote, "One day the stars are going to eat you."
I remember that, to be honest, because I thought it was so brilliant that one of our girls wrote a one-line poem, and it has stuck with me all this time.
Oh my gosh, so good. So Gloria and I met, I think it was for 4 years, and she had a huge impact on my life. I know that we talk about mentoring as though we're impacting the girls, but obviously, and of course, they impact us so deeply and so heartily. And one of the things that I have really enjoyed over the full 19 years is not only that one-on-one where you come to know one young woman deeply and wonderfully through writing, but all the little opportunities to, because I am specifically a screenwriter, whenever a girl who's being mentored by someone else but is interested in screenwriting, sometimes I'll get to mentor her for a day or a few weeks or on a project. So I've also had the opportunity to mentor lots of girls for small amounts of times or project specific, which is also kind of just really joyful. And I feel like I've gotten to hear so many of our young women's voices that way over the years. And one thing that I have loved doing every year for I don't know how many of the past years, when we do this event live, our Lights, Camera, WriteGirl, we would get 4 or 5 of our girls together to create we called a narrative collage, where the girls would decide on a topic together, right? And then they would write their hearts out about this topic separately. Like we would meet and they would just write their hearts out about whatever's on their mind about this topic. Once was about what would the world look like if there were no women authors, and they just wrote about that. Then we workshop together, the 5 or 6 of us, and blend each of their separate monologues, blend and mix and match them so that the girls are coming in and out of each other's monologues. And then we perform it at our Lights, Camera, WriteGirl. And I'm so sad that we can't do that this year.
Wow, that's so funny you should say that, because here we go. Take it away.
Press the magic button. Done video.
And play
what
video.
Does a
play.
female
Push.
writer look like?
Age 16, curly hair, brown skin, loud mouth.
Age 18, 5 feet, I think. Unsure and uncertain at the same time.
Age 16, kind of blind. Purple lips, brought to you by Mac.
Age 18, glasses, chocolate skin, braces.
My body is as old as the universe because matter cannot be created or destroyed.
Yes.
And like this universe, I will continue expanding myself.
Anyway, we are here to represent the words,
The stories, the poems,
The passion,
the perspective of female writers,
women authors.
girls and their journals.
Our voices demand to be heard. To not read female writers is to deprive yourself of the thoughts of half the world.
Females create wonders with our words and pens.
Female writers are a gift in disguise.
Then
Let's take off the disguise. Never suggest that because of my gender, I don't have the competency to have and give meaning.
I began writing stories about princesses, then princesses with power. Now because of women like J.K. Rowling, I know I can write about anything.
I will write about alternate universes that people will bury themselves in, will want to move into, will worship me for.
So get out there and read books.
By women, for women, of women.
And never underestimate the power of a girl and her pen.
Right.
That's right.
Oh, it's so good. They're so good.
So great. So great to see them spontaneously write that. I think they wrote that day.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, so great. So for those of you just joining us, we have another video we want to show. This is a 1-minute short little video that'll show you a little bit more about what it feels like at WriteGirl workshops.
WriteGirl has been helping girls in Los Angeles for nearly 20 years. Girls tell us WriteGirl is the one place where they feel inspired to be creative and empowered to share their voice. Teen girls are particularly vulnerable, especially during the intense upheaval of recent events. WriteGirl is responding by bringing the WriteGirl experience online, offering high-energy online workshops and one-on-one video mentoring.
I saw this organization which is about writing, expression, creativity, mentoring.
I think what they do for teen girls, I wish there had been something like that when I was coming up.
I know when I was young, like, any encouragement was helpful. So anything I can do to help encourage other people is, I will.
WriteGirl supports hundreds of girls with an uplifting community of women writers. Help girls write their way to brilliant futures. Please make a donation at writegirl.org.
Oh, so great to just remember what it's like to be able to be with 200 women and girls in one room writing. Oh, someday we'll be able to go out into the world and do that again. But until then, we are excited to be able to bring you one of our WriteGirl alums. I'd like to welcome Grace Lyde. Hey, Grace, how's it going?
It's going good.
Welcome. Where are you right now? And what are you doing in the world? What are you up to?
Right now, I'm in LA. School just ended for me a week ago or so.
And where is school? Where do you go to school?
I go to school at Scripps College in Claremont, so not too far from home.
And what are you studying there?
I am intending to double major in economics and creative writing.
Okay, that's fantastic. And then, so what happened? You were at school and now you're home. Were you one of those people that kind of got sent home, like in the middle of everything?
Only 15 or 14 students were allowed to remain on campus. The process to apply to stay on campus was incredibly difficult. You had to apply 3 or 4 times before you were even considered. The process for all institutions, like trying to stay on campus, was made incredibly hard for students. Not a good time.
So you got abruptly sent home. I know a lot of our girls did. And then how's that been for you? How are you feeling about things?
I'm certainly feeling. I'm pretty lucky. My home situation is pretty good. I love my parents. They are parents though, and I am their child. And after 2 semesters of being able to just like do stuff, having to like have their input on all of the stuff that I do has been a change of pace that I was not anticipating and could not have prepared for.
Wow. So how has writing, I mean, you were in WriteGirl for how long? Can you share that with me? How long you were in WriteGirl for?
I was in WriteGirl for 4 years, I believe, from my freshman year in high school to now. And then I'm an alum and I continue to participate in the workshops when they have the virtual workshops. And
Yes.
I come back and volunteer, which is really nice.
That's awesome. That is really one good thing about being online right now is we can welcome alums back like you that otherwise might not be able to come to our workshops. So we're so psyched about that. And I think maybe the most important question I wanted to ask you today was like, how is writing helping you considering all the upheaval and all the changes? How is writing a positive thing in your world right now?
Writing has been sort of the only thing that I have stabilizing me because it's the only thing that I can do no matter what situation I'm in. I write constantly. Before, when you could still go places, you would always know where I had been because I would leave like a trail of mechanical pencils behind me, and I would always carry like 2 or 3 journals on me at all times, just as a rule, because I like to have them on me because in case I see something that I want to write down. Now that I'm not going anywhere, I've been using Google Docs a lot to just like either vomit out my thoughts. I've been working on a couple pieces of fiction. And the funny thing about fiction is even if you're not writing about yourself and you're not actively not writing about the world around you, it will find its way in there and you end up writing what it is you need. So I've been writing the things that I need right now.
Oh my gosh, that's so great. Well, hopefully that's a message to other people to keep doing that because writing is a way to process what we're feeling, make sense of things, set some goals for our future, whatever that might look like. And keep writing, Grace. Thanks for joining us today. It was really great seeing you. And
it was nice for you to have me.
We'll see you at one of our future WriteGirl workshops. Thanks for being
Definitely.
here. Awesome. So next up, I know we'd like to welcome a very special guest. We're welcoming Lindsay Sterling to WriteGirl. Lindsay is a world-renowned violinist and performer. We had her luckily for a small songwriting workshop at our WriteGirl office. And it was really a delight to be able to introduce her and her creative inspiration to our girls. So I'm really excited to welcome Lindsay Sterling onto the WriteGirl page today. So I think we're going to have a bit of a conversation and then we're going to get a chance to hear some of her music too. So, hey, Lindsay, I see you in the background.
Hi.
Hi, how's it going?
It's going really good. How are you?
Good. Where are you in the world? Can I ask? I mean, just roughly, even what continent?
Yes, I'm in Missouri, in like a very small town in Missouri. I'm staying with my sister right now. And it's funny, literally, as you were introducing me, my twin nieces came running in and they were both wearing these like my sister's horse riding helmets. And I was like, oh, wait, anyway, life is very different right now. And it's been, in a way, very refreshing for me to be amongst like something so different and to be with my family so much. And it's really helped all the ups and downs that this has caused,
Yeah, that's so great. I mean, that is one of the benefits is having a little bit more time with family. I think that is a real plus for a lot of people right now. I wanted to ask, like, how is it having so many things canceled? I went to one of your pages and I was like, postponed. I was like, oh, how would that be with your whole world going upside down,
Yeah. It was, this year was going to be the first half of the year I was writing, or I guess the first few months, and then the whole last part of the year from, I think it was mid-March on was all touring for me. It was a big touring year. And it's just so ironic that the very day we landed in South America to start our first tour was the same day that the US closed its borders and announced that we're going into quarantine. And so we landed, turned around, immediately came back. And it was a very weird experience to go from prepping for big shows, for the rest of the year and all these rehearsals and all this prep and energy put into it to Now I'm sitting on a farm in Missouri being like, what am I supposed to do? What, like, this is not my life. This is so different. And I'm not gonna lie, it was a little difficult for me at first to like kind of cope with that. Like I was like, I'm supposed to be in like Brazil right now. What am I doing here? But, you know, it's really taught me a lot about who's to say what is supposed to be. You know, I was supposed to be doing this. I was supposed to be here, and that didn't happen. And that's disappointing. And after I kind of felt all those emotions, it taught me like, who's to say what's supposed to be? Maybe I'm exactly where I am supposed to be because that's where I am. And so it's been good to like shift my mindset and start to just really enjoy what I am doing. And that is being with my nieces, finding new ways to be creative that are very different from the way I normally am creative. And just making the best of what is here.
That's such great advice. I was just going to ask you if you had advice for our girls who are also facing upheaval, not going to college or wondering if their college will be open to go back to, graduating from high school, going, should I even be planning to go to college? You know, not being able to find a job, graduating from college and wondering, what do I do now? You know, so I think it's a lot of upheaval for a teenage girl, and that's good advice for them to just take it as it is and reimagine what you could do with your creativity now.
Right. Well, and I also think that this is a time of like ups and downs. And I think we all deal with that all the time. Like some days are great and you're like, I'm at my mentally best state right now. And then the next day could be a little harder for some reason. And this is like an extreme version of that, where some days I feel really empowered and like I'm with my family. I feel balanced. I feel like I'm being creative. I feel like I'm finding new things to do. And then other days I'm like, shoot, when is touring ever going to open up? That's my bread and butter. That's how I make all my business, really, is through touring and doing live shows. There is no proposed date of when that is going to open up. And so, yeah, some days I get a little discouraged, and so will all of you guys. So will everybody through this, thinking, you know, I don't know what the next step is. And that can be scary. But all I can do for myself is just take a deep breath and be like, well, I don't know when I'll get to do my thing again that I've planned on, that I've worked towards. So what are we going to do today? What am I going to do today to like stay excited? And sometimes literally it's just, okay, I'm going to make it through the day and I'm going to be positive. I'm going to do a tiny little 10-minute workout, you know, and I'm going to play with my nieces and help make dinner. Like that is not my normal to-do list. But accepting that my to-do list has changed, and there has been a lot of silver linings that I've drawn from this that I never would have gleaned if I had just been upset every day over the fact that my livelihood is not possible right now.
Right. No, that's great advice. I mean, I think that's one of the hardest things to do. And I think for teenage girls, it's really difficult to just change on a dime and just
absolutely
kind of accept something that you didn't have control over that suddenly changes your life. And in terms of creativity, are you writing? Have you found your creative energy despite what's happening?
You know, I'm writing in a really unique way. Like I like to write original music for myself, and that's kind of the way I usually write. But with all of this upheaval, I decided it was the perfect time to work on a writing project that I've been kind of putting off for a while. I think I was intimidated by it, and I was always like, I don't know if I'm going to be good at that. And so I'd always go right back to the things that I do already and be like, I'm just going to do this, or I'm going to go on tour, or I'm just going to write this way. But I've wanted to do this series for a while where I would write new arrangements to other artists' songs, and then I would interview the artist and do, you know, have the performance with them. And so I was like, you know what? This is a perfect time to try something new because all my go-tos are gone. And so it really forced me outside of my comfort zone. And I've been doing these, and I've written out these interview questions. I've had to research all the artists that come on, and, you know, so I could come up with intelligent conversations to have with them. And, you know, and also writing the arrangements to their songs, like to reinvent them. And, you know, and I'm still not 100% comfortable. I'm not an interviewer. Like that's not my wheelhouse, but it's really been good for me to do it. I will say they haven't even done as well as I hoped they would. At first I was really disappointed because I was like, oh, I worked so hard on these and they're doing very mediocre. But I kind of had to, again, take a step back because I was very disappointed at first, like 3 weeks ago when I released the first one. And I was like, you know what? That's okay. I'm learning. I'm growing. It's a new thing. I've never interviewed before. I've never done anything like this before. I can't expect it to like skyrocket for me. And I think that's an important thing for everybody to realize, is that just because you're successful or make it or whatever. Like I've gotten to do some amazing things. However, it doesn't mean that you're just always going to keep like being successful. I still get disappointed when like new creative babies don't work out. And I have to like reset my expectations and think about, why am I doing this right now?
You know what I love is all your self-talk, because what you're doing is putting out some of the thoughts that sort of chatter in your head. You put them out loud and you almost battle them, right? You tell yourself, and that's such a great strategy for all of us, because if we just keep internalizing all we're feeling and not really battle those negative voices or be real about how disappointed we are about something, it can be really hard to keep going forward. Would you have any other advice for our teen girls who are maybe, really struggling with the changes right now, and also just trying to find their creativity, who obviously don't have the stellar success you've had, and they're maybe dreaming of, being able to become a writer or a performer or a journalist, or, they have dreams, but don't quite even know how to go forward? Would you have any advice for girls that are doubting?
Absolutely. Absolutely. First of all, I love what you said about verbalizing the mind talk. I do that all the time because I think that's such a key thing for me in my, like when I was younger, I struggled with depression and anorexia, and through going through years of therapy and like overcoming these battles time and time again, I learned that talking things out inside and sometimes outside my brain is the best way to combat negative thoughts. To be like, is that fair? Is that a nice way to talk to myself? If I verbalize it, it's pretty harsh sometimes. And so to like be able to do that, no, like I shouldn't talk to myself. Anyway, so I'm big into verbalizing the internal thoughts and then talking back to them. But as far as like reaching for your dreams, working hard, and figuring out what is the next step, I can only speak from my own experience, but when I first started to try to like write my own music and put my art out there and find opportunities to perform and find places where people could hear me, in the beginning, it's very thankless work. And you feel like you're just spinning your wheels in the mud and they're not going anywhere. But that's not true. It took so many different doors. I'd like knocked on this door and that one slammed in my face. And then I went over here and tried this door and that one didn't go anywhere. It like was a dead end. And then I came over here and everyone was like, get out of here. So it's like I tried so many different doors, whether it was playing at open mic nights, like trying to find talent agencies, sending my resume out all over the place, going to audition for college showcases, playing at random colleges. I went on America's Got Talent and ended up being devastating. It was really not a good experience. And there were many times along the way that I thought to myself, I don't know how much longer I can do this. This is really hard. It's lonely and it's exhausting. But I cannot tell you enough that the people that succeed are the ones that just keep trying. I think if I had quit a year in, people would have been like, she really gave it a good shot. She really tried a lot of things and, it just wasn't the right path. The only person that can determine whether it's time to quit or not is you. Right. And sometimes you've got to trust that inner voice that will tell you sometimes it's time to try a new door. It's time to try something else. But a lot of times that voice is going to be like, no. You're almost there. Keep going. Keep trying new things because you're just learning things. The more you try different angles, you learn something with every door you try. And you will always carry that with you. I still carry things that I learned from when I was trying to make it and I thought I was just wasting my time. No, I was getting stronger. I was honing my craft and I was learning every step of the way. Anyways.
Wow. That's a really great way to look at it too, because I think that's one of the hardest things for everybody is how do you deal with rejection? How do you deal with putting your craft out there and going knocking on that door and having it slammed in your face? I love that you're willing to share that about your journey in the past, because sometimes we see somebody like you and think, oh my gosh, like success just happened to her and it was just this beautiful journey, and we don't hear all the struggles and the difficult times that you went through to get where you are now. We had a poet come to one of our workshops, Wanda Coleman, who's not with us any longer, unfortunately, but she talked to our girls about getting 2,000 rejection slips for her poetry. And it was that same kind of feeling of like she was learning from it, she was taking from it, I wanted to ask you too, just about that, like even now, as you were saying, some of the projects that you're working on now are not having the success you'd like them to have. How do you overcome that when you are faced even now with something that isn't going well? How do you deal with it?
Yeah, I think it's honestly the self-talk. Like when my first video of my new like string sessions is what they're called, when it came out and it did really poorly, like very poorly for like the kind of stuff that I like to put out. And I just was kind of devastated. And I was like, I worked so hard on this. This is almost embarrassing how badly it did. But then I talked myself through it, you know, and I also talked to my managers about it and heard their feedback. I still talk to a therapist. And when I'm feeling really low, I definitely call my therapist and I talk through. If I can't handle the self-talk myself, I talk to someone else. But also it's kind of like reevaluating every step along the way. And I'm still going to keep making them because after talking it out, I decided, yeah, I was disappointed. I'm going to reset my expectations. And maybe this is again, one of those times where I'm stepping into something new. How can I expect it to work right away every time? Like I need to keep working at it. I need to hone my craft. I need to get better. And, you know, and if after a while it's still not reaping the rewards for how hard, then I will try something else. But because, you know, we're all going to try different things. And that's a sign that you're still trying to grow is if you're still failing. I think the day that I stop getting rejections, because I think you guys would be surprised how many rejections I get on a regular basis in my career. I'm very successful. I tour worldwide. I have like gold albums around the world. Like I've done very well for myself, and still I get rejected all the time for opportunities, for collaborations, but that's also a sign that I'm not coasting. If I wasn't getting any rejections, that would mean that I'm really not pushing myself. And rejections are a sign that you are trying to grow, because as long as you're trying to grow, you're going to get them. And I guarantee you, I guarantee you, even Oprah gets told no sometimes. Still, I guarantee sometimes, very rarely, but
still sometimes. I really love your spirit, Lindsay. Thank you so much for sharing all of this with our girls, because, you know, there's a lot of stigma around mental health issues, therapists, battling, you know, rejection and struggling, and a lot of celebrities and people that are successful are not willing to talk about it. And it's so great that you're open about what you go through so that you can be a role model for others about how to get through some of these challenges. So thank you for all that you're doing for the world in terms of inspiring them creatively with your music, but also with your story. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thank you for having me.
Absolutely.
Nice to meet you, everybody. And I hope you have a lovely rest of your evening.
Thank you so much for all your support of Right Girl, Lindsay. We love you. We love having you here. We hope to have you back at a Right Girl workshop sometime soon. And coming up, we have one of Lindsay Sterling's videos. So this is
fun.
Yeah, we're going to play it right now, actually. So this is
hi.
Hey, oh my gosh, I just want to like go dance under a full moon now.
I know, I love that video. It has so much like,
Yeah, so much like, it's so epic. It's like, a movie and a video and a story and old world and new world all mixed in together.
Yes, it's like fantastical, and yet it has all these like beat drops. Loved it.
So I realize we haven't even introduced you. I want to welcome Andrea Esparza to the screen today. Welcome, Andrea. So good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, welcome.
Andrea's just been with us since, oh my gosh, it feels like 100 years, but it's really only been since what, like June, July?
August.
August. And Andrea has quickly risen to be a superstar at WriteGirl and is now coordinating a lot of our Bold Inc. writers programs, which is the name we go under when we work with boys, co-ed groups, and do programs for incarcerated youth, systems impacted youth, pregnant and parenting teens, and a lot of other community programs where we bring creative writing to youth that otherwise couldn't come to us. So I know we were on hold for a little while when COVID happened. They sort of stopped some programming and then we picked up again. So where are you teaching now? Can you share with everybody?
Yeah, of course. So right now we're actually teaching about 4 days a week. We are at Barry J. Nydorf, and we are at Central Juvenile Hall. And these are both juvenile halls. So some people may not know this, but juvenile halls, that's where youth go when they're being processed. So it's a little bit more intense for them, as in they're not sure what is happening next, right? They don't know if they get to go home yet. They don't know if they might be sent to another camp. So there's a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty in their lives at this moment.
Yeah, that's a really tough place for anybody to be, but I think particularly tough for a young person, who's incarcerated. I'm hearing that maybe we're not live right now, so maybe we just keep going just in case we are, but I'm seeing some chatter that maybe the video is not live. But if it is, I'm just going to keep going. Oh, somebody says it is. Never mind. See, that's why you should just never listen to the back chatter. Like just get rid of them. I know because you can't go to these facilities, what does it mean to be teaching in those places right now? What does that look like?
Yeah, so at the moment we're actually doing phone classes, right? Or phone sessions. So we're calling in, we have a max of 6 participants, right? So we have girls and boys, they're separated, but it's over the phone. And because it's over the phone, there's something about it, right? It's like we all have to slowly recognize each other's voices, right? And there's also this element of almost feel like openness, just because we don't have to actually see each other at the same time. But of course, it takes a lot of coordination and, having 6 people go on the phone and share things over the phone. And it's been a lot of work, but it's been going so amazing right now. And the youth really need us right now. So it's been really good.
So when you say it's over the phone, they gather a group of young people and then they sort of put you on a speakerphone?
Yeah, so they put us on a speakerphone. So the way, and I can kind of walk everybody through it a little bit because, right, you may not know how this works, but it's, we call in, they transfer us a couple times, we get to a speakerphone, we start to hear chatter. Sometimes, for example, just recently, on Friday, right, I was at Central, we hear a hello, and then me and the other teaching artist or mentor gets to say, hi, who's there with us, and then can we just get a hello from everyone? And it's really, so it's like a group. We don't know what it looks like, right? But we can hear that it's a group of girls. They're usually really excited. We have everyone give their names to us, and we build this relationship over the phone. And every day that we come back, the relationship grows, and it's been a little challenging, right, as we have these new ways that we are learning to teach, but it's been really enlightening at the same time.
So what kind of things, are you having them write about? Because, this is obviously a group that's in a great deal of pain and have a separation from their families, dealing with lawyers and court dates and a lot of questions about their future, what kind of things do you ask them to write about, or what's the approach?
Yeah, so the approach is always that we have like a check-in question, and that's usually to kind of build trust and relationship between all of us. They can't see us, we can't see them, and we
Right.
just want them to know who we are. After that, we do an opening writing activity, and that's always encouraged either to be a free write or one of the prompts that we do, right?
Right.
And then after that, we usually go, depending where we are, right? Sometimes we get to it, as you were saying, Karen, to like a harder place where we encourage free writes, right? So they can write whatever they want in any style that they want. And a lot of times it is filled with lots of that, lots of things of girls saying like, I'm upset and disappointed today because I found out that, I don't get to go home. And so what we do after that is we go into a writing activity that's supposed to bring some positivity, right? Like sometimes we do affirmations or dedications, and we write to people that we care about or miss and why we care about them. And this is just to help all of us, right, remember that we are connected to other people.
Yeah, definitely. It's so great. I think it's so important. We've been working with incarcerated youth and systems impacted youth for about 12 years now, at various camps and sites all over LA. And it's really one of the things that I love the most about WriteGirl in many ways, because this is a population that really need support, encouragement, positivity. For whatever reason, they've gotten involved in gangs, in activities that are not positive, and they need help and support. They need the opportunity to turn their life around. And writing is such a powerful vehicle for understanding what they're doing and where they could possibly go in the future. So it's really great that you're doing that. I'm so glad that even if they've just got the workshops going by phone and we can't go there in person, it's something. It's still a lifeline for them to a positive, creative program, like WriteGirl and Bold Ink Writers. So that's really, really exciting. I think you might have brought a piece of writing to share.
Yeah, I did, and I will read this out loud.
Yes.
So this is from a youth, and they wrote this to themselves, and it's called Overcoming the Present. Dear Cleopatra, you are a queen in the making. True beauty is from within. Stop overthinking everything. Let go and let God. Patience is your biggest problem. You're a hard worker because being busy has never actually bothered you. Stay active, and helping others is something you like, but don't put yourself in bad positions either while doing so. Stay lovely, stay humble, and patience is number one. With success, keep your mind focused and love yourself. And since you lack it from the people you really want it from, your future is unstoppable.
Wow, that's beautiful. I hear that we might not be live. I think we had a little glitch in the live stream, so we're just going to take a pause and put up a slide. But coming up next in the program, I'm just going to keep talking because I hear that some people say it is still live. Coming up next in the program is Wayne Brady. So he's been involved in WriteGirl a few times, has done a few different kinds of events with us where he's improvised a monologue for our girls at a workshop, and where he improvised some scenes, also performed some scenes that our girls wrote. So we're really excited that he's going to be joining us. Hopefully in just a few minutes, we're going to work through the live issues and see if we can't get Wayne Brady up and running very shortly. So
Yeah.
thanks for joining us, Andrea. Really great work that you're doing with incarcerated and systems impacted youth. Fantastic work. So, all right.
So yeah, Warner Music got
1.
Fantastic. I think that's the quote of the day. So how do I end? I love that. Like in many ways for all of us, you know?
Oh my gosh, Wayne always comes through and he's always controversial.
We love him for doing that. He's just amazing. How genius of him to be able to improvise, and he sort of weaves in and out of comedy and like a darker, like deeper quality as well. Like that's just amazing.
Yes, it is, and it was beautiful of him to give us his afternoon time to do all that. That takes so much focus and concentration, and I know he doesn't have a lot of that, so he probably gave us all of it. And
well, thank you, Wayne Brady, for supporting WriteGirl and for being part of today. It's amazing. Yeah. And I'm really excited to welcome Daniela Mayock to the three up today. Yay, Daniela.
I'm so excited to be here.
So great to have you. You've been a volunteer for how long with WriteGirl now, if you had to say?
4 years, about.
4 years. And when she heard we were doing this live thing, she was like, I think I can help you with some of the behind the scenes. We were like, oh my God, thank goodness, because we don't know what we're doing. So thank you for helping.
Fantastic job. You guys are such pros. From every WriteGirl workshop, when you first pull up and all the balloons and everything, you guys have everything down to a T. So it's no surprise that when we switched to this live environment, you also took it and ran with it. And it's been so much fun. So thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Well, we're enjoying it. We're really loving having your help. And I wanted to ask you and Claire a little bit about your mentoring experiences, because you both have had mentees over the last year. And how has, can you share anything about your volunteering experiences, Daniela?
Yeah, absolutely. So I started off just with the monthly workshops, but pretty soon I realized that I did have the time and the energy and absolutely wanted to be a part of the mentoring program. And so I signed up and I was matched with an incredible, she was a junior at the time. And we met once every other week at a Barnes & Noble's near her house. And it's like Claire had said earlier, where, you know, mentoring, you have this idea of inspiring other people, but really at the end of the day, you are the one being inspired. And what I love is it's just such a community and developing a relationship with high school girls, like at a time when you know that when you were their age, you would have loved that kind of support and want to be the kind of role model that you would have loved to have for yourself when you were younger. And just also these girls are going through so much, like it's such a tumultuous time. Adolescence is hard anyways, and then we have so many other factors going on too, that it's great to have just another person in their life that they can lean on and look to support, or just, you know, have another creative outlet for themselves.
Yeah, that's so great.
I love that too. And one of the things you're kind of hinting towards is you also you meet amazing female professional writer women. Like I've made such lasting friendships from being at WriteGirl, not just with the mentees, but with the other women who are mentoring, because it attracts smart and giving women to be a part of this. And that's a major bonus that we don't talk about that much.
No, it's so true. And actually, you know, one of the things that we're hearing about too now that Allison Deegan, our associate director, always reminds me that we've become an institution. Yeah. And what she reminds me is that now some of our girls are graduating from college, going on a job interview and finding that the person across the desk was a former volunteer or was also involved in WriteGirl, right? So it can't hurt you at all to have like our girls network.
Yeah.
You know, our network of creatives out there helping, you know, be able to be a bridge when you're trying to make it in the world, you know?
Yes. We need a secret handshake.
Yeah. A secret handshake. That'd be hilarious. And now I know Daniela, actually both of you have done some of our community programs, which I know are totally different, right? When you go into a community center and you lead a workshop with a group of young people, you know, how has that experience been for you, Daniela? I know you were doing the one in Roosevelt Park, I think, was it?
Yes, exactly. The one that Andrea had led, that area. And yeah, again, just blown away by how all-encompassing WriteGirl is, from the monthly workshops to the mentoring, and then to this additional program, Bold Voices, which includes young boys and young girls. And that was so wonderful because it was at an after school program, and I had gone to daycare when I was a kid, and so I had great memories of that being a place to express my creativity. And the types of writing prompts that WriteGirl supplied us with to provide for our Bold Voices students they really were very deep and had me exploring, myself, and it was really exciting to see, all the different, there were photos involved, there were poems, there were, teaching how to write a memoir. And the kids were quite a range of ages, and they were siblings. There were siblings in the program too, which was really fun to see. So a very different environment than our normal WriteGirl monthly workshops, but that same self-empowerment, positivity, creativity, those core values remain.
Oh, that's so great. And Claire, what about you? I know you've done a few of the group community programs as well that we run.
Yeah, it is a very different atmosphere. Something that's so powerful at a WriteGirl workshop is that the girls have done all their prep work of like, I'm coming to write, I want to come here to write, I'm going to write, I'm going to write. And then like Daniela was saying, to do like at a community center, there is a kind of energy that is needed to remind them, like, you're going to enjoy this. It has never failed in my experience that by the second time we're meeting, they come, I want to write, I want to write. And I love that WriteGirl is putting that out there with people that might not sign up for a writing program, like at a community center. That's a very different, that also reminds me of, I don't know if you want to talk about in schools at all, which is also just another really powerful outreach of WriteGirl. And I remember that one of the in-school programs that I was working with, which was for pregnant girls or girls who had just recently had a baby, and the school is providing an annexed area. Many schools provide these annexed areas where the girls can go and continue their education if they haven't graduated yet, but they're already a mom or they're about to be a mom. And they too were not, they were not in a headspace of, oh, I really want to be writing for 2 hours. I really want to be doing writing, programs. And WriteGirl had provided us with really thoughtful ways of getting these girls to start thinking about who they are, not just what they are, not just what their situation is, but finding ways and writing experiments. I love that we call them experiments and not assignments. Writing experiments for these girls who've never taken 5 minutes to think about what's going on inside of my head and my mind, and is that worth time to put down on paper. And I'll never forget in one class, one of the girls wrote something really powerful, and she made her boyfriend, who was the father of her baby to be, read it. And he read it in her words, her talking about what her experience was as a 17-year-old girl who was about to become a mother. And him reading about the changes, and in his voice, the changes in my body, the changes in my life, the changes in my future. It's still one of the most powerful moments I've had at a WriteGirl workshop. And I know it changed both of them forever.
So great. We started at a school in the South LA called Destiny Girls Academy. It's not around anymore, but we spent about 10 years working with girls there in South LA. And we recently got an email from one of those girls that was in the program. And she said, I was in the Destiny Girls Academy, 10 years ago. And I was one of those girls that didn't want to write and was kind of disruptive and everything. Like, she's admitting to all of this. And she said, I just want to say thank you because it really meant a lot to me. And I just wanted to reach out and tell you that I'm doing great and that it was a really good, I was just like, are you kidding me? You never really get the benefit of that in life. You often do things, and you should, without wanting the impact and the outcome to come at you. But when it does, it's incredibly satisfying and gratifying. And I want to be able to tell the mentors that, because I think sometimes our mentors go into these situations. You guys have been around a long time and maybe a little bit exceptional in terms of being part of our inner circle. But other mentors sometimes feel like, I don't know if I'm making a difference. I can't see that there's an impact on working with girls. And it's like, we have to just keep really reiterating, trust the process, because you are making a difference. Your presence, you're not the police, you're not their parent, you're not their counselor, you're not their official teacher, you're not being paid to be there. It's an immense thing for you to go and work with these girls on their creative voices.
It's beautiful. Yeah, that's the school I was at for about a year was in Inglewood, and those are just the greatest. They were just the greatest. I love them.
Oh yeah, I know what school you're talking about now. I had to take a second, we've been at so many over the years. Yeah, that's really great. It's great that you both, do it all, right? We have mentoring opportunities for one-on-one mentors. We have group mentoring opportunities. There's events to help with opportunities to help with events like this. I think it's a good moment to just spotlight all the different ways you could become a volunteer with WriteGirl. And if you don't have the time, you don't have the inclination, you're not a writer, even though you all are writers now if you're writing on the internet, but you could always make a donation.
That's right. Well, and I love that you always say too, it's like anyone who comes and spends an hour at the office filing papers has contributed to the at-risk teen girls of Los Angeles. You don't have to be a full-time mentor meeting every week or once a month or going to all the workshops. Every inch of volunteering helps these young women. It feels so good.
One of the things that I'd like to ask both of you is that from my perspective, where I sit, I see both of you as being immensely positive people. I don't know if that's something you always are in your life, but it's something you bring to WriteGirl. You bring this positive energy. And I know how important it is to the girls, but how important have you felt it's been to maintain that positivity in the face of girls that are struggling, that maybe don't want to write, that don't even know who you are and don't really care? We get a lot of pushback from girls, and sometimes I wonder how our mentors stay positive through that.
Daniela?
Yeah, I think, so I've also volunteered at Ramona, which was an incredible experience. And in those situations, there are of course gonna be moments where a girl doesn't wanna write, or maybe something uncompletely related to writing where they're gossiping about another girl and you just wanna come in and always bring your best self. That's something that you, Karen, and another leader, Kirsten, always remind us, just bring your best self. And we all have had bad days too. We've all been through difficult experiences. And so just to be a positive light, no matter what else is around you, is really important. And also there's always, even if there are some girls or boys for the Bold Voices group who don't want to participate, there's always somebody who does, or somebody at the end who really actually enjoyed it after all. And you never know what kind of impact you are. Sometimes it is instant gratification and you see that they're enjoying themselves. Sometimes it's just planted a seed and then it'll come to fruition later. But just being the best that we can be is all that we can ask ourselves.
Yeah, and I completely agree with that. That's well put. And I think that there's something also in just being authentic, with the girls. And if somebody is really down, and of course right now everybody has bona fide reason to be down, to kind of meet them there, but try to meet them there and pull upwards, not to come in like, oh, you should feel great and you should write it down. That'll make you feel better. But really, WriteGirl is much more about let me just hear you. Because sometimes someone has to cry, but they don't realize that they only have to cry for 30 seconds. You think if I cry, it's going to be the rest of my day. But it's like, cry. It might be a 10-second cry, and then we can write about it. And then by the end of the hour, you both are feeling really uplifted. And I think authenticity is one of the things that WriteGirl has been true to, has been authentic to. It's never been about, we're going to make girls feel good. We're going to help girls find themselves, and that feels good,
Yeah, absolutely. So just to tell people what's coming next, we're 5 minutes away from Rita Wilson. So so exciting. And wow, does she ever have a performance coming up for us? So I'm really excited about that. I did want to ask if there was a writing activity that you remember in WriteGirl that you really loved, that you'd want to share, something that people could do at home. I know we have some other writing activities coming up a little later this afternoon, but is there one that you can think of that you'd want to share with others?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've been talking a lot. You go, Daniela.
The joys of Zoom. So one of them is a found poem, and I think that's pretty easy to do in this state of quarantine. If you have a book that you don't mind writing in, or more likely a magazine or a newspaper article lying around, and going through it with Sharpie and using the negative space to illuminate the words that you want to keep in the poem. And we've found that found poems have been really beautiful. I loved doing those at the Roosevelt Community Center. And yeah, just using what we had, and it's very tangible too. Of course, we write with pen and paper a lot, and so this is great too, to write with pen and cross out the words, most of the words, and circle the words that you want to keep. And what's really interesting too is when we've had the same article or same set of words for people, how different their poems end up being, because the phrases that jump out to each person, it's different with everybody else. And so that's been one of my favorite activities to do.
That's fun.
That's super cool.
Yeah, found language, found poems, always fun.
Yeah. I've also enjoyed, I've done this with a few of the mentees, where we write the ending of a fairy tale differently. We just lost Karen's head.
Yeah, for a piece I wanted to read, so I'm going to do.
Oh, great. But where we start the fairy tale the same, like we choose a fairy tale, and we start the fairy tale the same way, and then I write the ending that I think would happen for her, and she writes the ending that she thinks would happen for me, from the point of the fairy tale on, and it's just always super enjoyable to me.
Okay. Yeah, it's super fun to do with your mentor.
Yeah.
Okay, so this is from Sound Generation, because we don't like to do any kind of a WriteGirl event without invoking the voices and creative words of our girls. Yes. So this is from one of our award-winning anthologies, and it's a piece by Heather Lim. She's 17, and it's called #Summer. Like, it has the hashtag and then the word summer. I posted a picture of myself lying down in the sand next to my friend. We were wearing white bikinis. #Summer has finally begun. It's been 5 seconds, and the only person who liked was my pastor who left the church last year. Hope he's doing well. It's been 1 minute now, and a girl commented, fire emoji, heart eyes emoji, fire emoji. Compliments, emojis, lies. Refresh for likes, refresh for fulfillment, for enjoyment, for love. #bits of dopamine. I'm waiting. #when will my phone buzz? I receive no notifications. I photoshopped this picture to perfection, and there are only 20 likes. What a shame. My friend says self-esteem is maximized, mental health deteriorating. #delete.
Yeah, that's good.
Right? Isn't that great? That's just so much like what it feels like sometimes when you're on social media. And I know our girls, I love when they write about social media, because they have this visceral experience with it. They're waiting. I mean, we all do. We wait for likes. We wait for somebody to, see the post. To even now we're watching. How many people are watching us right now? Katie, you'll have to tell me, because I'm curious. I know we had to end the live feed, and now we brought it back up. And, that feeling of waiting and wondering what people's reaction is going to be is a really real thing, and social media has just aggravated it.
Yes, and also called for the need of how to use words in the right order.
Oh, there is a good one too. Yeah, indeed. And then what's a hashtag is what my mother All right, you guys, thank you so much for your volunteering, your commitment to WriteGirl. I hope people can consider making a donation to WriteGirl to support more women like Daniela and Claire to volunteer their time and talent to inspire girls and boys to write. But right now, we want to get some inspiration from the lovely, talented singer-songwriter, Rita Wilson.
"30 minutes to my driveway, so tired, been a long day. I've had a lifetime of worry, this ain't my my first rodeo. Stack of bills on the front seat, half empty tank of gasoline, a little one waiting up for me. I turn on the radio to another white t-shirt and a back road. Another perfect life that I'll never know. 'Cause I don't know how it feels to be the girl in the high heels. Looking in the rear view, there's no me and you, so how can all these songs be real? It's not lipstick and a red dress, more like a name tag and a paycheck. I wanna believe, but they don't know me. The radio keeps getting it wrong. So tell me, where's my country song? Where's my country song? What's this life that they live in? Is there something I'm missing? Will I learn if I listen? I turn up the radio to another white t-shirt and a back road. Another perfect life that I'll never know. 'Cause I don't know how it feels to be the girl in the high heels. Looking in the rear view, there's no me and you, so how can all these songs be real? It's not lipstick and a red dress, more like a name tag and a paycheck. I wanna believe, but they don't know me. The radio keeps getting it wrong. So tell me, where's my country song? Where's my country song? Sometimes I get lonely. Sometimes I can't sleep, but I wouldn't trade one thing for a rhinestone fantasy. Now I'm sitting in my driveway, in Mama's arms I can see him waving his white t-shirt, and I'm back home. I turn off the radio.
Hello.
Hi.
Oh, is that Luna Garcia?
It is. Is this Claire Sarah?
It is. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you the mentee extraordinaire of mine, that I own, my first ownership of a mentee. So, Luna, when did you come to WriteGirl? Uh-oh, are we frozen? Did I embarrass and freeze her on her page? All right. Well, this is quite typical of Luna. I ask her to show up to something and she freezes. All right, we have you back?
Oh no. I believe so. If this happens again, I will quickly resolve the issue.
All right. I love that you have love over your shoulder, by the way.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think this is a time where everyone needs a little bit of love right now.
Yes. Okay, let us talk about how we met first, Luna. I was a mentor at WriteGirl, and you came, how did you find out about WriteGirl?
So I actually found out from I want to say maybe like the newspaper. I don't know if this is how I found it, because my dad came to me and essentially was like, I think you should join this writing program. And me being an obedient and loveful child, I was like, yeah, of course, yeah, sure. And so, yeah, and so I basically found WriteGirl through my father, and it was really cool, and it's been a fantastic program ever since.
That is so great. Your dad is pretty cool. You are still freezing a little bit every now and then, so I don't know if you have other windows on your computer to close, or just maybe change your vibe.
Absolute not.
So
okay, are we on now?
Yeah, you are on. So you and I became mentor and mentee back in, what year was it? Like 6 years ago?
Yeah, maybe 2013.
Yeah.
2012, sometime around then.
And so we started meeting once a week at what was Buster's Ice Cream Cafe in South Pass. And we would just get together and write. That's you know.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did that affect you? Don't say anything negative. Meeting with a writer lady once a week for a couple of years, because we ended up meeting for like 4 years.
Yeah, we still kind of meet, even though I am technically an alumna. But yeah, I think it was just something to sort of, I didn't necessarily have in the outlet in school to do a lot of writing. And so I think what kind of these weekly meetings awarded me was the opportunity to kind of tighten my voice as a writer, and also just get kind of the feedback and mentorship that I didn't otherwise have in my life, especially in regards to like strengthening my skills as a writer. And so that was something that was really useful. And just, it definitely was a mentor-mentee relationship that also towards the end was definitely more of a friendship, I would say. This is the part where Claire's like, okay, no, I don't like you. But yeah, no, it ended up becoming definitely much deeper than just this is a woman that I see once a week to tell me if my spelling is incorrect. Like, it definitely turned into this is someone who I trust to read my work, and understanding that you're here to help hone my voice as opposed to someone to teach me what my voice is.
Nicely put. Beautifully put. And you are someone that I love. So let us move into a writing experiment, because we'll chat a little bit more about our mentoring experience over the years, and where you are now and what we're going to be doing this summer. But let's get started with that writing experiment we had been chatting about. Would you care to lead us in that?
Yes, of course. So something that I think might be really useful right now, especially in such emotionally tense times and with a lot of uncertainty, one of the things that writing can do best is help process those emotions and then make something beautiful out of it. And so what I want everyone to do right now, you can do this either as we're talking or stow it away and do it later. But what I want you to do is think of an emotion that you may be feeling really strongly right now, and think about, okay, is it in your body? Is it in your head? Just think about an emotion. And then kind of a step 2 in this is, once you identify that feeling, think of it in terms of person, place, thing. So when was the last time that I felt this? Maybe you're thinking of a person when you think of this emotion. Maybe it's an example like, last week I was at the grocery store and I was feeling a little bit anxious. So taking an example like that and then writing about it.
Yes. Can you hear me, Luna?
Yes, I can.
That is awesome. I think I will be coming back on screen with you in a minute. So I'm going to ask you to just once more tell, because what we are actually asking folks to do an actual writing experiment with us, because we are WriteGirl, and that is what we do. That was a perfect explanation. And now, like at WriteGirl, do one more perfect explanation, just the same thing. Say it again so people can now take it in, that they're realizing what we're going to write together.
We're writing. We love writing here. Yes. So what we can do is think of a feeling, any feeling, whether just think of one. And then once you identify that emotion, start to think of it in terms of something more tangible. So person, place, thing. And so an example of this would be, last week I went to the grocery store and I was feeling a little bit anxious. And so when you identify something like that, that's a perfect opportunity to write about it. So maybe write about how the grocery store felt, write about why you were feeling so anxious. You have a lot of different directions this can go in, and it's really to see what you come up with when you start putting these thoughts and feelings to paper, because it might change into something or make you process it in a different way than you were initially used to.
That's beautiful. Shall we give people just a minute to write a few things down?
Yeah, I think we can do that, and we can talk while, if people want to write or comment or do whatever they want.
Yeah, so let's just take one minute while folks are writing, which is what we do at WriteGirl. And as you are writing out there in Facebook land, I am going to ask you, Luna, what school you are going to.
I'm currently at Yale in New Haven, Connecticut. And I just finished up my sophomore year.
Your sophomore year at Yale. And what are you going to Yale for?
I'm studying, I'm an American Studies major. And so that's kind of a catch-all, and I get to, for a lot of different things in the humanities. And so I can do, yeah, it's basically, I'm doing racial studies on top of kind of a film concentration. So it's the best of both worlds.
Oh my gosh. And can I ask a leading question? Did WriteGirl help you with getting?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I probably wouldn't have applied to Yale if it hadn't been for WriteGirl. Yeah, no, the support system is amazing. And especially the college counseling program has been super, super useful.
Oh my gosh, that's so beautiful. And to wrap up our little section, my favorite news of the year is that Luna is going to be my intern over the summer. My Yale intern is the mentee I met 6 years ago at WriteGirl. How amazing is that? That's so awesome. Boy, oh boy, I'm very excited about that. Luna, thank you so much for coming on and for leading us in a writing exercise, which is the heart and the reason of why we do WriteGirl. We are going to let you scurry off to save the world. I expect those papers on my desk on Monday.
Don't worry, I'm already cleaning your floor.
Thank you. And I think we're going to be bringing Karen back on. So thank you so much, Luna. I want a Facebook round of applause for this amazing.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Bye, guys.
See you Monday.
I'm unmuting. Yay! That was amazing. So great to hear from Luna and Claire and see one of our girls all grown up. Jeez, her hair is so long. She's so brilliant. She's so smart, and it's just fantastic. I'm really excited to introduce you to somebody else. We're about 15 minutes away from Lucy Schwartz, one of my all-time favorite singer-songwriters. And until then, I just want to introduce you to a couple of people who make WriteGirl happen. This is Leslie Avender. Oh, you're still on mute. There you go.
Yeah. Hi, everybody. It's really nice to be here today. It's such an awesome event.
Hey, we're really psyched to have you here, Leslie. I wonder if you can just tell us a little bit about what are some of our college-bound girls going through right now, the ones that are, graduating high school. What's happening?
A lot. As you mentioned earlier, of course, it's just a time of tremendous upheaval and uncertainty and confusion, and all of the usual milestones like prom and graduation and all those things have just been totally upended. So on a personal level, obviously they're struggling with those things, but then in terms of their college aspirations and plans, those are really in flux too, because we don't have any idea what colleges will be doing in the fall. Some colleges have said they'll be totally online. Some have said they're going to try and have in-person classes. Some are going to be trying to do a combination thereof. And our girls are really trying to figure out, if they're headed across the country to go to a school on the East Coast, is it worth it for them to be online? And we just, some of our girls are undocumented, and so to have them be going far away presents challenges that they might not, and risks that they might not want to take on. So there's a lot of challenges that we're all trying to sort through. We're trying to help them put a positive spin on this as best as possible, which is really much easier said than done. But they're in a unique position. They're uniquely situated to have a perspective that nobody else has, literally. So, as a writing organization, we can encourage them to make the most of that. And, for the girls who are currently in college, we're trying to help them figure out how to make the most of the online learning and, be really proactive about their education and things like that. But, there's just at this point way more questions than answers.
Yeah, I know. I think that's maybe the hardest thing for all of us is that, I got one of those COVID rules of COVID things that my sister sent me. And it was like, you can go into a public place if you wear a mask, but don't, 6 feet might work, but it might not under the, like everything is sort of like, well, we know this, but we don't know that. We don't know if you'll get it again. We don't know, so many questions, and it makes it really difficult to plan and make good decisions. And I just can't imagine you're graduating from high school and you're about to make one of the biggest decisions of your life of whether you go to college over there, or anywhere, or even go to college. And, you're faced with this kind of a soupy mess of stuff to sort through. So
and suddenly the idea of a gap year, which we normally don't necessarily encourage, although for some girls it really works, but that's a much more viable option now for a lot of our girls. So we're trying to figure out how to help them maybe plan a gap year that's going to be beneficial and useful for them, but that's challenging too.
And I know that during the regular WriteGirl season, it's normally in-person workshops and then some individual one-on-one sessions. And how are you doing all the work you're doing with our high school seniors in particular? Is it on Zoom? Is it by phone? By email?
Yes, all that. We're basically just trying to do more right now, like everybody, to meet the needs that that they have. I mean, there's, as I mentioned, they're struggling on a personal level with depression and anxiety and all the things that adults are struggling with too, but they don't necessarily have the perspective to know that they'll get through it. So we're trying to help them on that level. I mean, we're certainly not therapists or anything like that, but we can provide a safe, compassionate space for them to try and work through some of that. But we've also added more online college consult sessions where we can gather as a group, and then they can also meet with college mentors one-on-one to discuss their options and, try and help them sort through some of that. As it is, this time in the process it's really exciting because in some ways, all of their work is bearing fruit, right? Ideally, they have several colleges who want them and several offers to compare. And, if everything has gone the way we hope for them, they have options, and they have options that don't include taking on a lot of debt. But still at this point in the process, there's, it's like, what's the best place for me? What's the best path for me? So, but on top of that, again, there's this whole added, question of like, well, is my dream college that I did get into and without a lot of debt, are they even going to be functioning as normal? So, we're just, the best thing that we can do is say, hey, we're here for you to kind of walk with you through this and try and figure it out with you as best as possible. And the good news is, the virtual internships are a real possibility for a lot of girls, and it takes work, it takes perseverance, like anything really, but but they're out there. So there's ways that, they're trying to pursue their dreams, right? When these roadblocks are being thrown up and detour signs everywhere. So we're trying to help them navigate through all of that, and maybe not lose sight of where they want to go, but try and help them find maybe different ways to get there.
So great, Leslie. Thank you for all the work that you do in that realm. I know you have a whole team of volunteers that work with you, and we're grateful for all of them. We call them the education support team, but I think they need like a hero designation or something, because I know it's a lot of work.
Absolutely. The team, I mean, they, like WriteGirl in general, the army of volunteers that we have really makes this possible. And the ed team, they work with the girls one-on-one, in person at workshops or on, online at Zoom workshops, but then they make connections that they, then continue working with the girls, on over email or by phone or whatever. Sometimes they take calls, you know, late night, last minute application deadlines, all that sort of stuff. So again, we're at this part of the season where we've gotten through all of that, but now there's a whole new
girls do things at the last minute. What are you talking about? Come on.
Yeah. But they've really been incredible. And you know, what we've been hearing from the girls as far as how WriteGirl has helped them get through this and helped sustain them is really heartening. And, you know, just thanks to you, thanks to the volunteers, thanks to everybody who supports these girls, because they are incredible. And if anybody can get through this time and thrive, they can. But they do need our support, and I'm really glad to be able to give it to them.
Well, thank you so much, Leslie. We appreciate all your work, and thanks for coming on to chat with us today.
Yeah, nice to talk to you. Bye.
Bye. And next up, I'm really excited to introduce you to Kirsten Giles. She's our workshop coordinator, and she has helped us through so many things in the world recently. Kirsten, how are you?
I am good. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you just fine.
Good. Awesome. Yeah. And this, by the way, has just been like a bright spot in my day. I didn't know what I was going to do today. And then I woke up and went, oh yeah, I get to see all these people, all these friends and family of WriteGirl. The songwriters have been amazing. Claire Sarah's been hilarious as always. It was great to see Jaquita doing her thing with the DJ thing. And
right?
A lot of fun in a really, you know, interesting time.
Yeah, it's been a very, you know, wow, like I don't quite know how to process everything that's happening in the world right now. You know, I'm grateful to WriteGirl in this community because it is a positive place that keeps me grounded, you know, and keeps me learning about what it is we need to do. You know, I've never really said WriteGirl is about social justice. I don't usually use those words, but it is, right?
It kind of is, because what social justice is it's the voice of the people, and the voices have been a little out of balance. You know, one of the things that WriteGirl is all about is creating this balance, creating balance in our interests, creating balance in our connections to people, and creating balance against, you know, a world that is still so male dominated. Nothing wrong with men, but it's just all about creating some equality, and that's part of that voice. Shout out to my Minnesota people. My whole family's from Minnesota. They're having a rough weekend, right? It's mourning, it's grieving, it's outrage, it's so many feelings and processing feelings. You know, it's just everything kind of comes back to what WriteGirl does, which is helping teens navigate the confusing, the unexpected, the stuff that we're trying to figure out who we are, right? So I love this organization.
So I wondered if you could paint a picture about what it's like to lead a workshop for 200 women and girls, because a lot of people coming to this don't even know, you know, this is one version of WriteGirl. You know, what's it like to be planning and leading a workshop for 200 women and girls? I can't, you know, I've been there, but.
Yeah, it's really interesting because we come at it, right? We want to teach writing genre. We want to teach like how to write a poem or how to explore fiction. But we also want to like find places in the just creating this creative space so that girls can be surprised, because the creative pursuit is often one that we don't even know we have. And a lot of our girls are hearing a lot of no, you're not creative, you're not college material, you know, these no's. And we come to it with this giant yes. So while it's a big curriculum effort to create activities and experiments that really blow open a genre, it's also a lot of just community and creativity and that intersection of connection and creativity, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. You know, it's been really fun to work with you on taking all of our programs online, because so many of the things, you know, we always do multi-sensory activities, you know, where it's browsing tables and going out into nature and bringing in music and books and ripping apart dictionaries. Yeah, we do that. And you know, some of those stand by, you know, we have a spinning wheel, we have bells, like stuff that surprises girls and helps them write to a time limit or write, you know, with inspiration. And now we take it all online and like,
well, and at first I thought, are we going to feel like fish, you know, tapping on the glass or what? But
get me out of here.
There's a couple of things from our workshops that we were able to bring in and just kind of mimic, right? We have the soapbox, which is this great opportunity for girls to get up on the podium and rant and rave on the mic to the whole room, like 200 people, about anything at all. and they love it. And so we figured out, you know, with the right buttons to push on Zoom, we figured out a way that we could do that and still give these teens a voice, because right now their parents are so busy just coping with what's going on, and they're kind of left out. Not all of them, but many of them are kind of a little bit ignored. And another shout out to our graduates. I know we had graduates the last couple weeks. We have some this weekend. We have some next weekend. You guys, you seniors, we see you. We know you're out there. We know you graduated. Congratulations. And what, you know, the way it all worked out is the way it all worked out this year.
So are you ready to cry? Because I got something that's going to bring it up. You know, we always say it's not a Right Girl event if somebody doesn't cry.
It says on my notes here, don't cry, but let's see.
So I'm on Instagram and I'm looking and I'm surfing and I'm getting ready for today and I'm looking, and here comes Amanda Gorman, one of our former mentees who graduated this week from Harvard, right? And
oh my gosh,
it was amazing. I mean, you know, we're not pushing girls into Ivy League schools. She got there legitimately. She wanted to go there. She applied. She got a scholarship. She deserved to be there. She worked her butt off, and her post was amazing. You would be just, you got to go look at it later, but her post was all about, yes, you can be Black, beautiful, smart, funny, talented, a scholar, a poet, a free spirit. You can do it all. And I was like, oh my God, yes, you can.
And
I mean,
Amanda,
everybody can. I guess we can, but holy cow.
Yeah, and Amanda's just one of a lot of girls that when she came to WriteGirl at first, there was a little bit of reserve, right? As a teenager, you're kind of like going out in the world, like, am I okay? And she and her sister were both part of our program. She really just kind of created that voice right in front of us. And we see that a lot. We see girls coming in with sort of the hoodie up and the world has said no to them. And then over time, you know, we say, hey, who wants to get on the mic? And they're running and they just really want to be a part of the yes that we bring to the table. Amanda's amazing. She's she's the first youth poet laureate, and she's been recognized and in the news for various things. And we're just just touched to see someone post something so kind and so loving.
Well, and we tried to get her to do a poem today on this Bold Voices event, but she's too busy. That girl is a hard girl to get. Her name's Amanda Gorman. Listen to her name because she will be leading the way. Her poems are amazing, and she's an inspirational presence for us, as are so many of our girls.
Yeah, and I just also wanted to just real quick point out that, you know, this is a fundraiser. Let's raise some funds, right? I was kind of looking at all the silent auction stuff and getting really excited. It's so cool that we actually have an opportunity for people to, you know, pay for some of a workshop or pay for a mentoring, you know, pair, or pay for our amazing WriteGirl Planet, which is a really, really rich resource for girls during this time to get what they need. Or just go to the Ace Hotel and have a staycation. There's all kinds of fun things to bid on. We don't want people to empty their wallets. We know there's a lot of challenges going on, but $10 from 10 people would make such a huge difference for us. And so just, you know, if you're on the line and you've been hesitant, we really, really need your donations. So just write a little check, press a little button.
Thank you for shining the light on that, because that's what today is all about. And one of the things that is the goal of today is to whittle down our list of girls who are seeking mentors, because it's not just about having mentors. We actually have some mentors that are now sort of raising their hand to be able to be mentors that have gone through our training, but couldn't previously mentor because they couldn't drive, you know, all the way across LA to mentor a girl. So we've now got mentors that are available and girls that are ready to be matched. But we need the support to be able to monitor them, to be able to support them, to be able to do mentoring roundtables, to be able to continue to train our mentors, because it isn't just matching a girl with a woman and helping that they go and have a great time together. It's very much more about, you know, shepherding that relationship along so that they really get the most out of it and that the girls really achieve some of the milestones we're hoping for them. High school graduation, college entrance, college graduation, and, you know, an emotional and, you know, physical, emotional stability and success along the way too, like the whole picture, you know? So today's donations will go a long way to help us match more girls with mentors and help us continue to develop creative ways to make the online experience work for girls. I was talking to some of them last week and they were like, we get these email packets from school, homework packets, and they dread them, and no, I don't see my teacher. They're not really doing Zoom. They're not really doing it just yet. And others that are like, we're just on Zoom all day. And it's just not inspiring at all. And it has to be, you have to inspire young people to want to learn. It's so critical. I'm grateful for all your help in that regard, because you're always keeping us on track with.
Well, I love engaging with the community of WriteGirl. I love engaging with the individual girls at our workshops and in this new language we're learning, right? This online language. I know we've been able to match virtual mentoring pairs, which is great. And I think we've been able to do more, but it's a different language, right? Where these mentoring sessions are very focused and, they get together online and write together. And it's pretty exciting just that we're having this impact.
So Kirsten, we have a few minutes left before Lucy Schwartz comes
on.
I
love Lucy.
Lucy. Yeah, I think is doing a performance like from her backyard or something. It's going to be very cool. But before she comes on, I was thinking, can we peel back the curtain? Can we reveal a little bit of the WriteGirl philosophy, like the WriteGirl tenets? Like, how do we design activities? What makes WriteGirl different than other educational organizations, different than school? What are the things that make WriteGirl different? So I'll start with, I know we sometimes refer to it as literacy in disguise, because it's education, but it's disguised as fun and as a club so that girls don't think that it's school. So that's part of it.
Yeah, and that's something that we do by having, you said earlier, I heard you talking about the spinning wheel, right? Those trade show wheels that you spin them and you win a business, win a mug or whatever. And we use that to inspire girls to explore new things and sort of randomize what they do. I always tell this story about how high school teachers have to read a lot of the same essay because they give the same assignment, and we never do that. We always sort of give a framework and then have something game-like that helps them narrow down what their story or their poem is going to be about. So that's one of the big ones. And another one that I love is that we just start, right? There's this very scholastic thing that happens in school where it's like everyone has to get settled and everyone has to be on the, in that very militaristic or regimented kind of now we start, and at WriteGirl, as soon as you show up, like if you show up on our Zoom session, we're chatting with you, we're chatting with each other. If you show up at our workshops, we're handing something to you right when you get there, so that there is no sort of wait, and then start, which can actually feel like kind of a lot of pressure. And so that kind of leads to one that is throughout everything we do, which is really, what can we do to reduce that feeling of you have to be enough, you have to be good enough, you have to be fast enough, you have to be whatever enough. We just want to be there, and we just want to experience the writing, the creativity for what it is.
I love that. We just did a teacher development, professional development sessions, a few of them over the last few weeks. And we talked about the fact that we call them writing experiments, right? And we call them sharing, not performing their work. And we say collaborate instead of, we're going to, accomplish something as a team, So we take away the pressure, and it's always this feeling of creating a sense of play, a sense of like, I can just try this. I don't know where it's going to go. We're not having a fixed outcome, and that one of the teachers asked me, like, what other ways do you reduce pressure? And it was like, oh my gosh, there's so many. One of them is not asking the question why, that why.
Yeah, why did you write that?
Right? Or why is that important to you? Or, that's sort of like, oh, I got to answer.
Also finishing, right? Like you have to finish it. It has to be whole and complete. Otherwise it doesn't count. And to me, it's almost antithetical to what creativity is. Like creativity is the process. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's nice if at the end you have, a beautiful vase like those cool ones that Seth Rogen's making, that pottery, that's great product. But we know when he sat at that wheel, that was the cool part for Seth. That was the fun part. And you can go get that at the auction, by the way. That's what creativity is. It's the process. And that's kind of, we're very process over product, over like having this tangible finished thing at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. So those are some of the things that we were happy to share with you from behind the scenes. Kirsten, thank you for all you do to help
Thank you.
inspire
Thanks for
girls.
inviting me, and thanks for entertaining me all day. I loved all these. Wayne was amazing. Rita was fantastic. Molly, Kate, names, they were just great.
So to introduce Lucy Schwartz, she is a singer-songwriter. She's written original songs for many film and TV shows, including things like Twilight, Shrek, Nashville, and the international theme song for Parenthood. Did you know that? How about that? Yeah. This is Lucy Schwartz. Oh, you go down to the comments. Oh, beautiful. Isn't that great?
It's a family affair, I just heard.
Yeah, it was your dad, right? Playing upright bass?
And her mom singing harmonies and working the camera.
Thank you, Lucy. That was so great.
Really beautiful, very inspiring, very, sort of giving you a little sound massage today.
Yeah, I love her music.
Yeah, indeed. Well, it has been a really great day. We've got just a couple of last minute sort of announcements and things as we close out this amazing day of Bold Voices. I know we want to encourage you to go to the auction, which is happening for another, 6 or 7 days, Megan, is that right?
Yeah, it goes until June 6th. So if you go to our website, writegirl.org, we have the info about the silent auction on there, and we hope you can check it out.
And then what an amazing lineup today, right?
Oh, so great.
Yes. Do I get to do the official thank you?
Yeah, would you list them all? Do you have a list in front of you? You can just.
I do. And I loved every single one. So we really want to thank you, Claire Means, Molly Kate Kestner, Eartha Litt, Milk, Lindsay Sterling, Wayne Brady, Rita Wilson, and Lucy Schwartz, and her mom and dad.
And I want to give a big thank you to our 2 sponsors for today, Inspired Nation, which is a nonprofit that Cara DiGuardi has put together, and Create Advertising, who helped put together our video, our 1-minute little video, encouraging people to donate. Thank you both so much for sponsoring today's event. We're really grateful for that. We couldn't have done it without you. Megan, I know there's a few auction people that we should highlight that have been really generous to us.
Definitely. So I wanted to thank Playtone and Tom Hanks, Seth Rogen, the Ace Hotel, Modern Family, which I'll talk about in a second, Sport Chic, PRP Wine, and Green Bar, and all of our donors. And I just wanted to talk a little bit about some of our items again for people who weren't with us when we talked about it earlier. One of our the most exciting items is our Tom Hanks signed typewriter. It's a working vintage typewriter from Tom Hanks's personal collection. And it comes with a signed copy of his book, Uncommon Type, which is also about typewriters, and also a Toy Story 4 Bo Peep doll that's signed by him. So if you check out our auction, you can see more details about that. We also have a piece of pottery that is from Seth Rogen himself. So he's an amazing actor and writer, but he's also great with pottery. So he's donated that piece to us. And we want to thank him and Lauren Miller Rogan for their great video message for us earlier today. So that's also part of our silent auction. And last but not least, I would like to highlight a beautiful painting that we have from Karen Taylor, our executive director. She paints and creates jewelry under the name Karen by Design. So you can take home a little piece of WriteGirl for you to have in your living room, and it's a beautiful piece. So we hope you'll go to our website, writegirl.org, to check out our silent auction.
And I want to say a big thank you to Lauren Graham for the welcome for today. We're always glad to have you as part of our family and part of WriteGirl. And we love, seeing your evolution as a performer into being a writer and running a book club and on and on and on. Amazing, all the things that that you're doing in the world to empower women and women's voices. And then I think we wanted to just give you a chance to check out the video one more time that Create produced, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I think we want to go to the video for just 1 minute. It's 1 minute, so hang on for 1 minute because then we have one more surprise for you at the end.
WriteGirl has been helping girls in Los Angeles for nearly 20 years. Girls tell us WriteGirl is the one place where they feel inspired to be creative and empowered to share their voice. Teen girls are particularly vulnerable, especially during the intense upheaval of recent events. WriteGirl is responding by bringing the WriteGirl experience online, offering high-energy online workshops and one-on-one video mentoring.
I saw this organization which is about writing, expression, creativity, mentoring.
I think what they do for teen girls, I wish there had been something like that when I was coming up.
I know when I was young, any encouragement was helpful. So anything I can do to help encourage other people is I will.
WriteGirl supports hundreds of girls with an uplifting community of women writers. Help girls write their way
all
to
unmute
brilliant
yourselves, too.
futures.
Yeah.
Please make a donation at writegirl.org.
Yay, here's the whole team. This is what's been going on behind the scenes. This explains why my back hurts and why I needed a glass of wine. I'm so tired. Great job, everybody. This feels like Saturday Night Live now, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need sad saxophone music.
Oh, really great job. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Liliana, Megan, Andrea, Katie, Leslie, Claire, Sarah, Kirsten Giles, who was with us earlier, all of our fabulous musicians. Oh, what an amazing day.
It was a fantastic day, truly, without a glitch. I'm amazed.
I hope we made a lot of money.
I'm sure we did, right, folks?
I think we did. And you know what? There's still time. So if you haven't donated yet, you can text to give, go to WriteGirl, spread the word. Teen girls need us right now too. And we're doing everything we can to empower the voices and hearts and minds of teenage girls. We will keep doing that work until we drop. Any last words? Any of you? You're also silent. You're also stunned. Oh my God.
For tuning in.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Everyone, enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Thank you.
Woohoo!